It's real shiny.
I have an Emily Carr one too.
I'd love to get a group of 7 coffee mug sometime. I mean, I'm sure they make them, but I just haven't seen them.
Okay. I'd really like to update the schedule to the correct times. But for that, I need my Google to load, and it doesn't work.
Oh, technology is like cats. It knows exactly when it has to fail you, just like Heather's laptop.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But she had some technical questions about her Art in the Age of the Pandemic presentation. Eric and I were kind of able to sort that out for her, so I think she's good to go on Discord.
Okay, Jared was going to be on panel with her to help, and I'm running the Zoom this weekend.
Okay. Good morning, Sean. And good morning, Joey, and good morning, David.
Good morning.
Oh, I'm actually starting at like 85 or 90% battery capacity right now. It's good.
I'm starting late.
Do I look like I just rolled out of bed?
Because you did.
Because I did.
All right,
Sean,
I'm bringing. Yep, go on.
Sean, just to let you know, in terms of the program scheduling on the grid, actually, Leamber didn't have it right. It's actually, the panels are actually starting on the hour, not on the half hour.
So half an hour later and half an hour early.
Half an hour later. So basically, Big Boys Do Cry is actually starting at 10.
Okay, so I'm in the wrong one then, am I?
No, this will be Big Boys Don't Cry, or Big Boys Do Cry. It's just that Nikki and Justin haven't shown up yet because as far as they're concerned, it's in like 25 minutes.
Okay, just a second here. See, that might be a good thing because I was thinking 10 o'clock, but...
No, it is 10 o'clock, so you're right.
Oh, it's just to be contest update, so
Yeah.
that should be in. So where is that one?
I don't know what's happening with that.
Like, there's nobody that I'm seeing looking at Discord. I'm not seeing anybody in the programming main hall video stream. Let me check on the laptop. Sometimes that shows something different.
Well, I've got to go down and turn on that stream anyway. So
nope, there's nobody there.
I'll be right back.
Okay, and hello again, Eric.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Leamber was live editing the text document and saying something about panels around the hour now.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, Leamber is live editing. I'm trying to. I'm going to replace all the links in a moment.
Okay.
Now that I can get into my Zoom on my. Now that I can get into Google on the Zoom computer.
Are you sending?
My mice is over.
Are you sending emails or are you updating on some other platform? The link.
I'm updating on a Google sheet.
It's live
Google
doc.
Word, a Google Doc.
Okay, which I've never heard of. So
I sent you an invite.
You did? Okay, I'll check.
Yeah, no.
Like was it today or the invite?
About 10:30 last night.
10:30 last night. Oh boy.
It was an email with a doc attachment.
Okay, hang on 2 secs. I'm just trying to get to my mail. There it is. 10:30 last night, you say?
Yes.
And I believe it came
Because
direct from.
MTS and a couple of other emails decided that sending the invitations out one by one was spamming.
It never showed up for me. It never showed up in my email.
Okay.
And it's not in my spam either. At least I don't think it's in my spam.
Will add.
Nope, not in spam.
I sent it to Sprite and Virus.
That's correct, but it didn't show up.
Did you get the?
I got the big boys.
Video?
I got the big boys do cry notification for the link for this, for obviously for this Zoom link, but nothing else.
Well, I had sent that one has a single email. So now I'm going to
resend.
Edit it. Well, I'm not going to re-edit this one. People are here, they're here.
Okay. Yeah, but for the upcoming ones, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the only links that I personally really need for main programming are for Nikki and Justin's panels. That's everything else. Well, I'm not really going to be doing.
I think they're doing the disco via Facebook the way they usually do.
On the Keycon Facebook, yes.
Yeah, because we cannot do those on the Zoom.
Obviously, yeah.
And restream.
Yes, exactly. So no. Go ahead.
Another time we probably could do it as a Zoom, as long as we're not restreaming it.
That's the kill. That's the kicker. I arranged them to do it on the Facebook group live stream for the disco, and I will be posting a notification about that about half an hour before the disco is destined to start, and I'll be posting that to Discord and also to the Facebook group.
Yeah.
So basically, I'm posting notifications about their programming, except the ones that are Zoom invite only that you're sending out.
Yeah.
Which really means I'm only publicizing the disco.
Well, you can publicize their other Zoom programming. That anything will be restreamed to other places. But if people want an invite, they need to sign up on the website and give me their email so I can add them to the drive.
Okay, so basically the way it works is that if it is an official Keycon Zoom channel event, people have to have an invite from you in order to get in.
Yes.
And they will only get the invite if they are registered with Keycon as a member.
Yes.
Okay.
It's how we're preventing Zoom bombing in theory.
Hello, Sarah. Sarah is one of the British folks. Good morning, Sarah. Good afternoon, Sarah.
Yeah, I was going to say good morning to you all.
Welcome to Keycon. Yeah, Nikki and Justin should be on, I guess, in about 20 minutes, because it turns out that we had a little bit of a scheduling kerfuffle with things on the half hour of the hour, but we got it sorted out.
Is that why there was that strange timing?
Yes, because somebody read it as basically being 9:30 instead of 10 because of the way that the grid is set up on the website. It's a little bit hard to read. So yeah, but everything is basically happening on the hour. So I'm glad you could make it. Good on you to join us. You were saying you're having a bit of a rough night last night, but you did get some good rest.
Oh yeah, you got to, haven't you?
I managed to actually get a good night's sleep last night too, which I normally don't at Keycon, so good stuff.
Eric down there.
I'm just kind of darting between here and Discord. Okay, we've got a couple of people we got one person in programming main hall.
I'm not sure. They're probably done or pretty close to done the tunes.
Yeah, they were done. There was nobody in programming main hall as of about 10 minutes ago. Leandra, do you want me to dart over to programming main hall and let them know to come to Zoom?
Well, we're supposed to be streaming.
Oh, okay. So it'll come to there anyway.
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
I'm just going to duck out for a sec. I'll be right back.
We're eager to see.
I'm bursting because Laurie, I'm lucky enough that I get to talk to you on a Tuesday evening when we do the class. Eric, it's like seeing a real person, but without seeing a real person. This is so nice. Michelle, of course, I know yourself. Who else do we have? Oh, this is so lovely. Oh, Vivian's there. I can see Vivian. Sarah's there. Oh, and hello to everybody who I've not met before. This is just so exciting. We are so sorry that we are not with you because that is what we wanted to be, wasn't it? We wanted to be.
Very much so, yeah. We're looking forward to it. It would have been, it was, as I say, last year was it was my big Hawaii 5-0 last year, and and of all places in the world I wanted to go back to was Canada. So it was on my, I'd say, for my 50th, we talked about all sorts of places, and I spent a month in Canada when I was 16, and I just love the place, and I wanted to show Nick what it was all about. So
well, the thing is, you'll just have to do it. We'll just do it for like your late 50th birthday.
Exactly, yeah. By the time this Indian one catches, now I'll be about 58 by the time.
Don't say that. It's my 50th next year, so we'll go for mine.
Yeah.
Go for yours. There you go.
Yeah, no,
yep,
I just saw that. You guys got the string, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think it's as bad as they're making out. They seem to. Personally, I think it's a bit of a kick up the backside for. We've got a lot of people deciding not to have the jab at the minute, and I think there's just been a bit of a nudge in the direction to get. We're very fortunate. We've seem to have an excess of jabs and time and people. They're giving them out on the streets at the minute, and people aren't taking it up. So anyway. It's crazy.
I'm just going to point out, Leamber is coming back in. She's 2022 Keycon right now. She is the con chair for this year. There she is. So now you've met Leamber. Hey. So Leamber, you're going to take back moderator, right? I've already started recording. You can start recording if you want at your end. Just let me know. And if you start recording, I'll stop. You're muted.
Right. Just continue doing what you're doing.
So keep recording.
Welcome. I'm so thrilled to see you guys.
We are you too.
I'm going to update schedules. Oh, by the way, Lori, where the confusion come is on Sunday. A bunch of them start on the half hour.
No, you're kidding.
No.
Oh my God. Okay, so I have to rewrite my schedules. Okay, so basically, Leamber, I'm going to have to duck out at about 10 to 11 to set up for my tarot panel. So just so you know, if you still have me as moderator, you're going to want to take back that privilege because I'm going to have to, go.
No problem.
Okay.
I'm here for the duration.
Tremendous. Okay. Okay, so it's great to see you guys, Nikki and Justin. We're so happy to have you at Keycon, even if it's only virtual.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here. We'll make a start if that's okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Just a little bit into our background because I'm going to do like that. For once, I'm going to do like.
This will be interesting to see if this actually works.
What you mean?
Anyone that watches it on a Friday will see that I try and give Nikki a good hour and a half start of talking, so that by the time I come down, she runs out of steam, and it still doesn't work. So exactly.
That's at least 3 seconds. So just a little quick of our background. We've both struggled in. With mental health. I've been through, as I'm sure a lot of you have been through, lots of things in life. I now do this as my job. I'm lucky enough to be able to work with the incredible people that I work with, and just do through many reasons, and then being made redundant earlier in the year, I'm now able to use Rainbow as a platform that I can help as many people as I can with the mental health, and it's something that we're both passionate about. But seeing as this is called Big Boys Do Cry, I am going to pass it over to Big Boy.
Okay. Thank you. So just and again, this isn't about blowing rainbow or sunshine up anyone's backside, but I'm just going to correct Nick there with some of the things she just said. She didn't get made redundant. She volunteered to get made redundant. They would have happily kept her on. There was jobs available. The reason Nick chose to do what she did was because she wasn't happy about the quality of mental services that we have in this area, sadly, and in the UK and across the world. Let's face it, this isn't a UK thing. This is a problem that faces lots of people all over the world. And when you consider what a big killer mental health is, and what a massive effect it has on industry, what it has on day-to-day life, and also what I call the ripple effect. You know, the mental health today is mental health tomorrow, next year, the next century. It carries on, as with what I'll tell you was my story. But Nick gave up that job to do what she does, and you know, for those that do join in, and we're very grateful, she raffles all sorts of things. She makes plant pots. This is all self-funded. There is the unfortunate part at the minute of getting on any lottery or any grants is there. You've got to know, you've got to know all the side alleys and the side streets to get there and know the people. For something that started 6-8 months ago, you're way behind people who've been doing this for a long time. And also when charity is at its neediest, most of the charities have not had any income for the past 12 months because the shops have been shut, the marathons haven't been run, the walks and all the fakes that would have gone on haven't happened. So everyone's cap is out and the cupboards are bare. So what Nick has done at a time, like I say, it's almost the wrong time to give up your job, but it's the time that it's most needed, with what's happening with mental health. So to explain where my bit comes in, what I'm going to say right from the off is I had a perfect upbringing. I had, a mum and a dad that were there every day. They basically worked their working days around me and my brother. My dad would get up as a drayman, so from a working class family, would get up as a drayman who, I don't know if it's the same in America, in Canada, sorry, is delivering beer on a wagon to the various pubs around the UK. So very working class, hard-working guy. Polished his brass nailed, steel nailed boots every day, off to work. My mum then saw us to school and then went to work in the afternoon, and then they'd swap over. My dad would come back and my mum would go in the evening. So completely committed to the family, holidays, everything. I know over the years, as I say, a very idyllic family went for nothing really. And this is what I wanted to try and say with mental health. It doesn't pick or choose whether you've had a perfect background or from a broken home, as the expression is, whatever that means. It just affects the individuals and affects the greater circle. And my story began with the fact that my mum's one of 9 brothers and sisters of Irish descent. Grandfather who, when I say this, I mean, if we think of characters and you think of the Englishman with the bowler hat and the Scotsman with the kilt, and as we all picture each other around the world, and the Canadian as a Mountie, and the Irishman was like to drink and a bet on the horses, and that was my grandfather. Came over from Ireland, met an English woman, married her, stayed here, had 9 children, but also drifted back to Ireland all his life for the bookies and the drink. And my grandmother did something very unusual in the 70s, which was, as a Catholic, devout Catholic, she divorced him, and that caused all sorts of problems. But more the fact that my granddad then went off the rails a little bit. A lot of damage to the kids done when he used to come back from Ireland, and my grandmother wouldn't let him in. He'd attack the family home. He'd attack the children. He'd all sorts of things. And my mum was one of them. And whilst that lay dormant in her for a long time, it did affect her. And as we got older, the sad part was my grandfather met an unhappy end. He was murdered, and the last person who saw him and let him go back to Ireland was my mum. The unfortunate part which came with that was then that triggered, as I said before, about a ripple effect. That one ripple of my grandfather passing caused a ripple effect to my mother and to the greater family, and ultimately to me. And you don't realize at the time what's happening. You just see someone who's acting erratically. You see someone who's not the self. And maybe nowadays we'd probably pick up on that a lot more. But it became very obvious that there was something not right. To the point that my mum in the end couldn't carry on. So she took her own life, and again left a devastation behind for the ripple for me and my father and my brother. And it was probably at that point that I started to look at the mental health and realize that this was happening to me. The guilt had been left behind, the damage that could cause, and also not knowing what to do. From a working class background, I say you're almost this. I was from the school or very much from the home of if your mum couldn't see blood coming out of some vein or leg, you still went to school every day. So you were brought up to be tough. You were brought up to eat everything on your plate. You were, which is why I'm like this now. But ultimately, there wasn't any tears for boys. But boys didn't cry, and particularly big boys didn't cry. What's nice about that saying, since I said it 12 months ago, and I'm not saying other people had said it before me, was I've seen it used lots of times. I've seen it on sport that it's okay for big boys to cry, and I thought, well, I thought the better fitting for this is it's okay not to be okay. And I wanted to put and what I wanted to say before I show up for a minute is what's okay. What is okay? Well, what's classed as okay? I've just told you that my life was perfect to a point, and then it went wrong, and it could have spiraled out of control for me, and it did for a while. And I didn't know what was going on. My body was shaking, my mind was all over the place. Things didn't make sense anymore. I couldn't talk to anyone because I didn't know what was going on for myself. I didn't understand it, and that's. You see, that's the other thing with mental health. You don't understand what's going on. You just know it's not right and you don't feel right. And how can you explain to someone? As I say, if this was your hand was falling off or something, you just take your hand along and go, we put that back and it'll be all right. When it's in your mind and in your heart and in your stomach and everywhere around you, how do you put that on a one-line sentence to a doctor? You can't, and there isn't a single fix for this. There isn't a single fix for mental illness and well-being. I had to find throughout my time the right person to help me, the right way. And what I would say about all that, the thing I learned was that the best thing to do. I'm not. I think a lot of the people we talk to, if I'm being honest, and this is my view, don't need medication. I think they just need to be able to talk and feel not alone and feel that they're not the only person in the world, because that's the bit that I felt that there was only me going through it. There was only me who was suffering the way I did. How anyone else could feel this bad about losing a parent? How anyone else could feel this bad about someone who's took their own life, and why couldn't you do something about it? So I think for me, it was about being able to talk and being able to undo it and unwrap it and and basically take some of the pain away. So as I say, I've just looking through some of my notes, and but I think that the key for me is that I think people have to understand that, you know, you could be 6'2", good looking, smart, clever, funny, have all the money in the bank, and this still hits you straight between the eyes. And when you look at George Michael, you know, Prince, Robin Williams, all these people have had things going on that we didn't know about, and yet they had all the things in the world that anyone would say, well, what's he got to worry about? Everything's okay. And I think that is the problem. I think the problem we have in the UK is we do have a society that build people to fail, and I think unfortunately there still is things that go on where people don't understand other people's problems. You know, you see something going on and you assume that person's pushing in, or that person's parking in a disabled spot when they shouldn't be. And yeah, maybe they shouldn't be, but we never know. And I think there's still a big misunderstanding about mental health. But I also think there is a need to open up that box and understand it. And I'm thankful that, you know, what Nick's doing, and I try and stay out of the day-to-day of this. I don't have anything to do. I just turn up and be an idiot on a Friday night, or whatever else.
Which you do very well.
Which I do exceptionally well. But the idea that there is somewhere to go and be a part of something that I can't, you know, if you have a look on the Rainbow site and you have a look at generally what goes on, this is an amazing thing for people to be able to go and talk about their fears and their concerns, and we've certainly hit on something here that is starting to become very big. And I think the fact that men are joining, and they're actually set up for men. I think the one thing that I'm trying to get across, and the one thing I want to say on this, is that this has no understanding about your sex, your colour, your wealth, your height, your you know, how big your house is, how small you are. It doesn't care. What it does do, in my opinion, is those people who have feelings, who care a lot about, are the ones that seem to be a little bit more vulnerable, in my opinion. But I think it can catch anyone. It's just how you deal with it. And I think the key with what we're trying to do, and with what Nick and Rainbow does, is just make people realize that this is not, this is something that can be won. This is a battle that can be won. You don't need to give up on it. It is tough. It stays with you. You know, even now, coming out the other side of it, and it took me a long time. I have my own business. We're in a great position. We've had a good couple of years, but the slightest thing can set me off. The slightest thing that I doubt myself again, and I worry. But then I remember what to do, how to think, and go through the exercises, and realize just take a deep breath and just change the view, change how things are for you again. So it is unfortunately one of those things that stays with you. But you know what? I'd rather have it on the inside of me and be in control of it than it being out of control and making me pick up a bottle of vodka or you know, some tablets and not quite knowing what the outcome is going to be. So I'd rather make friends with it and know I can control it most of the time than let it control me. And that's what I think I want to say to men, is that you can't ignore this. It's there, it does exist, and not to be big and tough about it, and not to think you can you can ignore it, because it ain't going away. So I'll leave you with that.
Bless you.
No problem.
I don't. Before I move on, because I've got a couple of things I want to try. I don't know how these panels work. Does anybody have any questions, or is that how the panels work? Is it
often? Yes. There's people let feedback happen. I did have a question, Justin. Is part of accepting the feelings, like kind of an owning the feelings, sometimes just admitting to yourself, I'm just going to have a bad day today, and I just kind of have to roll with it. And then you can come back and use the skills later to put you kind of back on a more solid footing.
It's funny because I had one this week. I started off on Monday, and the day started not as I wanted to. Things had already gone to cock. And
good English work.
Good English work, which means it's gone off the rails. And I could have carried on that day almost like a child with my hands in my pockets, walking around but what I chose to do was there was other things that day that I could do that I'd put on the not so important list. So, for example, that day I'd been meaning to go and have a look at some jobs that we'd finished to see if they were ready for photography, which is so down on the list of things to do. I'll do it if I'm passing. But I used that on Monday to make sure that I'm just looking after myself. So yeah, it's a case of when it's there, realize it's there. It's a great book, and I don't know if Nick has ever mentioned it, and I find it particularly good from a man's perspective. Called is it Chimp Paradox?
Yes.
The Chimp Paradox. For any men out there, it is a fantastic book. It is brilliant. This guy is a professor. I think it's at Leicester University in the UK. Some of the top sports players use him. And
it's with Professor Steve Peters.
Yeah.
The Chimp Paradox.
Chimp Paradox. For anyone in working life, anyone in life, and anyone with children, get a copy of the book. It's about £7 English, so it's not an expensive book. They also do a children's copy of it now, and what it basically helps you to understand, and again I think definitely with the mind, is that you have to understand that before we got to where we are now, we were chimps. We were chimps who were scratching and climbing and trying to figure things out, and then all of a sudden this brain has evolved. But the chimp, someone hasn't taken the chimp's brain out. The chimp brain has to live side by side with the human part of your brain. Those instincts and those natural things to get rage and get angry and get really annoyed still live within that brain. It's the human part that controls that now. Or, as we'll all see if you ever watch a road rage incident or some sports event where someone doesn't like what's going on, the chimp takes over. So I think what I've learned to do, and that book will certainly help if anyone does feel a bit chimpish, is to realise that every day when you get up, have a word with yourself and see how you are. Just have a are we having a good day? Are we just a general feel around it? It's only like getting in a car and turning your engine on. If your engine made a funny noise, you wouldn't carry on. You'd think, well, I better have a look at that. And it's the same with your body. If you got out of bed in the morning and your right leg, you couldn't stand on it, you wouldn't carry on. Well, your brain's the same. Just because you don't walk on it, if it isn't up to the challenge of the day, and this isn't, by the way, any kind of sick notes coming out for you to bunk off work. If the brain doesn't feel right, then you might need to give it 5 minutes. You might need to just turn it off again and restart it and let it just have that extra cup of coffee. So, yeah.
Our minds don't work with change particularly well. So if you're not feeling it and we need to change what we're doing on that particular day or in that particular moment, there then becomes another battle. And we're already fatigued. We're already feeling... I'm pretty much imagining everybody who's here today as an understanding of what it feels like to be struggling, to have a bad day, a bad moment, a bad week, a bad whatever it is. And I think for me, I talk about it a lot about mental health is how does it make you feel? And I'm sure if I asked the question now, would there be a lot of things that were very similar, but a lot of things that feel unique to us. And it becomes quite self-fulfilling in that you wake up and it feels like there's something wrong. So it could be your chest is tight or your stomach's going up. I'm just using a few of mine. And then the mind goes, there's something wrong. So then the heart goes a little bit quicker and everything gets amplified. So that your mind then goes, there is definitely something wrong now. And it's just a spiral. And then we go into, there is something wrong with what is it? And it's about, I think, what I'm learning to live with, because I do definitely still have days, don't I? I had one again this week where you doubt yourself, you even though you know what you're doing. I think as human beings we punish ourselves relentlessly, constantly. Just, I'm not doing enough. Why aren't I doing enough? Am I good enough? What was the question I asked you the other day? You've got used to it now. He just rolls his eyes. I said, do you think I'm mentally stable enough to do the job I do? And he actually went, no, I don't think you are. I went, no, that's not the right answer. I just needed a little bit of insurance.
I told you. I think anyone who works in the NHS getting paid what they get paid, doing what you're doing, and not having a salary, and they can't be mentally right. But thank God you exist. You know.
I think the other thing as human beings is we're always trying to fit into normal. Something I created several years ago, whenever I did any of my classes, is, for me, this is normal. For me, if I'm feeling whatever I'm feeling, whatever it is at whatever point, is there'll be a reason for it. There'll be a reason. It might not be something that's happening right now, but it might be something that's triggered from the past. And I think if I was just writing down a few things when Just was talking, then I think if I had a magic wand and someone said, what could you change? I think first of all, I'd change the word mental health, and I would definitely change the word depression. It's like the sun's shining on us today, isn't it? It's just move forward.
By the way, this is one of our 3 days of summer, so we're enjoying it.
So I'm not going to apologise for the sunshine. I would change the words depression, and I would change the words anxiety. A couple of years back, I went to see someone and she diagnosed me that I had depression, which was quite impressive off a 20-minute meeting with her. And I came out and I thought, oh, right, that feels better, because now I know I'm depressed. Right, okay, I'm depressed. And I said to her, what do I do about that? She said, no one can do anything about it but you. Anyway, come back in 2 weeks' time. Right, okay. So I kind of drove off and sat there for a little bit. And I thought, bearing in mind what I do for a living, I thought I'd better look at what this depression is, even though, by the way, I have had depression with that T-shirt and had it both sides printed, and I don't mess around. If I'm going to have something, I don't have a bit of depression or a bit of anxiety. I like to be crippled with it. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to just gently put my toe in it. I want to be in it. So I've had that for many years. And I looked it up and I typed into my phone and I thought, what's depression? And it's just words that's giving you back. How do you deal with depression? It's just standard things of, oh, go for a walk or do this and do that. And I'm thinking, none of these things are helping me. So what I sat down and did a couple of years ago was I changed how I talked about depression and mental health and anxiety. And what I say to people now is why you're here, what's been going on? Because if anybody's ever sat in front of me or talking to me, they're there for a reason. And it's not because they've got a big badge that someone's given them, because it's usually, I like it when people come with lots of initials after I've got such and such a thing and such a thing. I don't understand that. What does that mean? And our brains do not understand the word depression or anxiety or the letters after things. What our brains understand is, I feel like I do. And the reason is this. How can I help myself? It's about going back to real basics. For me, it's about going back to real basics, because my brain can cope with that. And then if I say to my brain, right, what do I need? And it's about reconnecting with myself. Sorry.
No, it's all right. You just reminded me. So when I after what happened with my mum, I tried to take care of both my dad and my brother at the time, and the doctor said you need grief counselling. So I set this grief counselling up, and so you had two blokes who were, and I call them blokes because that was my dad and my brother, like the football, like the beer, both both used to working in overalls, and you're taking them into this quiet room with a lady at the end and a notepad, and me there with me suit on, which was always a joke in our house anyway. How heavy was that pencil today? And you know, it must be tough that getting up and getting your own coffee and so you sat there with these two, with this lady who wanted to talk about grief counselling and depression, and the session lasted 15 minutes before the parent just said, "It's a waste of time. This is, you know, what you know," and the idea was we were all supposed to talk to each other about how we felt, and it's just a nonsense. And I'm not saying that it isn't the right thing for some people, but what I learned from this is that when I actually got the right help with it, they asked me how I felt, and instead of, like you say, the usual things that your brain they're expecting, you know, I feel tight in the chest and all that, I said I feel like our cat. And we had a cat at the time, which was a big furry cat, which every spring and summer, it used to go playing in the grass. But if it used to get wet, all grass, all the twigs and everything got caught up. And we literally had to pick all these twigs out of him. He'd sit there for ages while he's scratching and biting, picking, you know, pulling, come here, and you take out a chunk of fur. And I said, I feel like a cat. I feel like I've got all this, and I'll rip it out. And she said, well, that's great. I'll get the scissors. So she got a pair of scissors and she said, I'm not going to use them on you, but we're going to cut a piece at a time away. And we're going to take a piece and we're going to deal with that piece. And we're going to get a lot of boxes and we're going to put them in. We're not going to put the boxes away or throw them away. We're going to put them over there. And if you ever need to go back to that box or something that makes you feel bad or you want to remember that box, it's there. And that's what we did. And we basically just took the pieces bit by bit of how I was feeling and why I was feeling like that. I'll tell you what, it was the best thing I ever had and the best advice to give anyone. Don't tackle everything. You know, you get up and the world's against you and it's raining like it will be here tomorrow because we had a sunny day today and it'll be cold and my slippers have got holes in and I've got to go and get a new pair tomorrow. I really have for the rest.
He's wearing odd slippers.
Yeah, because I can't find them.
He's literally got odd coloured slippers.
The dog's took one of them into the garden. He's done it on purpose. And it's a big mess. It's a big mess at the minute in my life. But if I take them one at a time and think, right, well, that shop opens at 10 in the morning. I can go get my slippers. I can have them on in the car on the way back and I know, and they'll feel great. So I've worn them in by the time I got here. I can then go and find the other slipper in the can and put it in the bin. And all of a sudden, I know I'm being flippant about it, but it doesn't have to be as big as it is. You take it one small cat fur at a time. Whatever works for you, whether it's writing it down, whether it's talking to someone. You know, she even suggested almost writing them all on a note and putting them in a glass jar. And whenever you felt up to a challenge or you felt up to something, take one out. But don't ever do that until you felt you could deal with it. Because the idea is you don't put it back.
It's expectations upon ourselves. When I was talking about this on the Tuesday class, is when you're feeling good, you feel like you can take on the world. You can feel like I can do anything. When we're having a moment, whatever that moment is it's like I said to you, I said that this morning, I said, I feel really overwhelmed. I've got to do this and I've got to do that. And there's only me who's doing it and And then I found, actually, I put this on I don't know if you can read, I don't know if it's back to front or not. Yeah. Is that back to front or is that okay? And
that's right.
I looked at that and I just thought, this is exactly what I'm not doing. This is exactly what I am not doing. I'm focusing on the fact I haven't made that change on that website. I'm focusing on the fact that I haven't done such and such a thing. I'm focusing on the fact that And they are all things that need doing and all things that will happen as and when. But actually what I have done this week is A, B, C, D, and then the rest of it that I didn't realise was going to come up and happen. It's been a really good week. But there I was stressing over the things that I hadn't done and the things that I hadn't got caught, that I had got caught up in, or the things that hadn't gone right. And I think for me, dealing with, like I said, dealing with mental health it's for me, it's dealing with lots different parts of what we do. So the Tuesday night class that I run, we have a different topic every month, and every week we do something around that topic. Now we might have what's in your control and out of your control in every couple of months, but it will be done slightly differently. But it's almost like one of the problems I used to have with my old boss was he used to say, well, people have been with you now 6 weeks or 12 weeks. This should be sorted. Well, still right. Is that how it works with mental health? The fact that someone's maybe had something feeling for 30, 40 years, and you're right, 6 weeks with me, that's exactly what you do. If I could do that after 6 weeks, I'd be over in Canada with you in my own plane, right? Because I'd be able to afford it. It's not that easy. And the way I actually got round to him is, I said he used to go to the gym because he struggled with his mental health. He used to go to the gym, and that hour in the morning where he went to the gym was his time, and it burnt up some of the frustration and worry that he was having. And I said to him, if you stop going to the gym because you've been going now for 6 weeks or 12 weeks, what will happen? He said, well, one, I'll put some weight back on. He said, two, my mental health will start to struggle again. And I said, oh, there you go. I said, why is our brain any different from what our body is? And I see how ironic this is that I'm talking about exercise. Sorry, I'm talking about the bit in the brain. I do that a lot. We have this stigma of if we do something with our brain or try to look after our brain, there's something wrong with our brain, so therefore there isn't. No, why would we not want to keep learning? How many times we watch something on TV and think, oh, I'll give that a go. That seems a really good idea. Or the adverts that come up on our phone, the new way to do such and such a thing. Oh, I'll do that. But when it comes to new ways of thinking for our mind, I don't need that. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not mental.
I think the other problem that we all should take on board is that as human beings, right, in the past 100 and odd years, we haven't moved very far, but everything else around us has. I mean, at one time in the 60s, this was expected of you, to go to work, provide for your family, yada, yada, yada. That was what you were expected to do. And we all had our jobs. Then that changed. And now we've got news that is 24/7. It used to be you'd sit down and watch the news at 10 or the news at 6. Now it's constant. It's coming at you all directions, whether you want it or not. It's on your phone. So that there's stress and strain from all directions now. And our brain hasn't changed. We're expecting it to cope with all this and more, and then to watch our P's and Q's about everything we say and do now, which again is difficult when we were brought up a certain way or we saw certain things. So you now got countries divided over different things. I mean, 1 minute we're all friends again, and then someone mentions the word Brexit, we all fall out again. We're all clapping on a Thursday together, and then we're all giving the V's about Brexit. So I think there's a load of things that the expectations of us, of children in exams and coming out of that and going to college and going to university and all this, our little brain can't cope with all this. And I think we have really got to accept that mental illness and mental awareness is just, it's part of life now. It's like going to the gym. You've got to train your brain as well as your body. And that's what we should be doing more of and encouraging people to. And as you say, these imagine if you gave someone a tag who went to the gym and you went, oh, you go to the gym, do you? Oh, you're a bit odd.
We do that.
Right?
We do that.
No, but we don't be jealous.
Just so we're clear, we do that. You go to the gym. You're one of those, are you? Hence why we look like this. Yeah.
No.
Sorry.
No, listen, good on them. No, we always say when we see him running down the road, idiot. No, we don't. We say, well done. No, but seriously, I think the key for us with this is that it has to, the acceptance of mental health and looking after yourself has to go beyond buying a pair of trainers and going to a gym. It has to be about mind, body, and soul. And the mind and body have always been given this, well, if you need to look after them, you must be nuts.
Is there anybody who, sorry, I'd love to ask, anyone got any thoughts or questions or wish to kind of share where they've been or some of their journey?
Oh, I do.
Hi,
This
David.
is public. Yes, yes. I actually wrote a book about mental health awareness. It's actually a novel.
Wow.
Wow.
Is it available to get?
It's only available print on demand at McNally Robinson Booksellers at the Grant Park Shopping Centre.
That's amazing, David.
Mm-hmm.
What's your highlights then? What's your thoughts on this then, David?
I think that you are absolutely right about mental health. I think this is something that we need to talk about a lot, especially given the stress that we are experiencing during the pandemic. Like, people have lost it's more than just disability or anything, that people have lost their jobs, their livelihoods, and everything they've worked for, and the problem is, unlike me, they don't have like any creative outlets to keep them occupied, like anything. They don't know how to maybe write a story or anything. They don't they can't come up with anything in their they can't come up with anything in their heads other than business and
grief. Yeah, like you say, you're lucky. You've got a mind that can take you to another place, another planet, another universe away from it. Some of the people. It's funny you say that, though, because I was just thinking that when you said that. As I said before, my life up to the point of what happened with my mum, I didn't realise, and that was my, the key for me. But you're right. What's going to happen out of this is there are people who, up to March last year, had this idyllic life again, same thing, and then all of a sudden, people around them that they never thought were going to die have died, or friends, and they won't know what to do with it. You weren't ready for it. You weren't expecting it, and there'll be so many people that do need help and do need assistance and it probably won't have hit them fully yet. It probably only now, and over the coming months when things start to get back to normal, that it will start to realise the gap, whatever was there, is open. So I mean,
I don't think anything should return to normal. At least not the pre-March 2020 normal.
I agree.
I am trying to learn some very important lessons from this pandemic, including how not to how to save money and just pick need from want is one thing, but I'm learning how not to take things for granted. And
you know what, David? It was almost like, and again, I only use this because it was on the TV the other day with Noah and the Ark, and I'm not bringing religion into this, but it just made me laugh that got to a point where he wanted to reset things and clean things, and I think that's what happened there. We've had a chance to almost, in the worst possible, trying to take a positive out of it. We've had a chance to see good again. We've had a chance to see people coming together. And you're right, the lesson we all should learn from it is, as you say, not to take things for granted, to see the good in people, to see that despite all the horrible things pre-2020 that was going on in the world, we all came together. We've all found a solution in a pretty quick time, and we all had visions of this being here for the next 2 or 3 years, and worse. So to think, you're right, and this is what the message we all should be sending out there, is to still think the way we were then. Think, be kind.
I think one of the things that I've started to look at teaching a little bit this might sound really strange or really silly when I say it, but last month I was teaching finding joy, and we looked at finding joy. What makes you happy? What are you grateful for? Because I think it's very, very easy and understandable, might I point out, after we've been through anything, but certainly the last 12, 13, 14 months, and whatever we've seen, whether it's happened and hit us personally, whether it's not, we know someone who something's happened to, or whether we've seen something on TV, is if we can use what David was talking about there, and it's not about, because I find myself saying I took things for granted, and I think, did I? Because that sounded quite selfish. Although I understand it, but like hugging in the UK now, we're allowed to hug again, which that sentence within itself sounds really crazy. But I didn't realise how much of a hugger I was. I'm a very tactile person, and I've spent 12 months meeting people, not that often actually, but if I've been dropping a raffle prize off or I've seen them in a supermarket, and I've had to put my hands in my pockets to remind myself, you're not allowed to hug, you're not allowed to hug. And then on Monday, I went for a meal with my daughter to a place called Harvesters. And that's where we used to go every Wednesday for years. And I don't want to kind of think that I took it for granted, but I don't think I realised how important it was to me that we had that particular time. And we walked in, I booked it last Monday because Monday was the first day you could rebook again. We were there. Our favourite staff were in. The manager came and sat with us. The young lad who didn't know us went, you two seem to know everybody. And it's because it was our safe place. We go and I know when I go, I'm going to enjoy it. I know the staff are going to be nice. I know I don't have to have that bacon on. I can have something else on. I can change it. I can go and have, and it's finding things that make us happy and remembering that. Like next week, we're going to a Witherspoons near her house. And I said, I had never thought I would miss a Witherspoons. Witherspoons is a chain of pubs that are, they're not the poshest or anything like that, but we used to go there. And again, it's not, I won't think I took it for granted. I just didn't realise how lucky I was. And what I want to feel now is lucky again. I want to, when I see someone, suddenly go, I can hug them. I'm now remembering to ask if that's okay now, because I never used to. But I'm now remembering I must just check they're okay with a hug. And don't get me wrong, I'm not walking around hugging everybody. It's just someone, but I've had 2 or 3 hugs this week. And it's made me feel so happy. And I think I'd forgotten what made me happy. And
got out you lot when she gets across there.
Yeah. You need a big badge that says, I think me and Rory have talked about this. I have to.
She's just be hugging you all.
I'll ask. Are we okay with a hug? As I undo my arms around your neck. No, I'll ask. I've learnt. Has anybody else got any questions? Oh, Eric, please, sir. Oh, Eric, firstly, it's so good to see you.
I haven't been trolling you, but I know you've been doing this for a long time now in a different way. Were you surprised that it's this big? The pandemic made it highlight this big. Did you think there was this many people with mental health problems?
Yes. No, I knew. I knew. One of the reason I got made redundant. Are you ready for this? The reason I got made redundant was I got a new manager, and the first time I spoke to him, he came on a Zoom meeting, which actually he shouldn't have been on. It should have been me and my other manager. And he hijacked it and came on. And his first words to me, for someone he didn't know particularly well, was, I'm amazed that you've managed to fulfill the hours that you say that you've done. I didn't think there'd be that much of a need for you. And I used to see 100 people per week. 100 people a week in classes, week in, week out, year in, year out. And ultimately, they tried to reduce my hours to start off with, and then I ended up taking redundancy because they had this thing of, there's not enough people in your class and you can't run it. And I do understand all of that. But do you know what? If I've got 5 people in a class, which actually is unusual because I used to have really big classes, I've got 5 people in my class, those 5 people in that class need me right at that moment. To be able to put their hand up and say, I need some help, and then to leave their homes and come into a classroom or log into a Zoom meeting shows that they are ready to take at least start to look at it and take a little bit of notice, because they want to change the way they feel. In the end, ultimately, the redundancy said that the reason they were cutting down my hours is because there wasn't a need for the work that I did. And as soon as those words were spoken, I could have fought for that job. And I thought, I'm not working for anybody who thinks there isn't a need. This was October last year, mid-pandemic, let alone what I'd done for 4 years earlier. I've helped people who, social isolation isn't a new word to me. I've met so many people who struggled with social isolation, who've not left the homes for years upon years. This is before I even understood what the word social isolation was, because they couldn't do, because they mentally couldn't leave the house.
The worst part for me of watching Nick throughout this, and feeling pretty helpless, is knowing there were people that she knew were struggling and did everything she could, got them all the help. And I remember her first class back after New Year was always the one she dreaded, because the likelihood is there was one or two who decided they couldn't go into a new year. And we got one the other year who just couldn't face it. Couldn't, as soon as the clock struck 12, he couldn't go into another new year. And knowing, and you've got people saying, well, they only need 6 classes and they'll be right as rain. You know, or when you've just got someone who hasn't been out of the bedroom for 2 years and you've got them to go into a classroom, and then because there's no room available somewhere on the sixth week, and they won't pay for a room somewhere when they've had all this money off the local authorities and council to put these classes on. It's just the problem is it was doing, for someone who was supposed to be leading the line, it was doing more harm than good to watch her try and pick people up. The one thing that I would say, and you're all judge to this, is the reason people come on and follow Nick and look at Nick is because you're honest and you're genuine and you come from the heart. If they saw you like that, broken and not being able to, not convince them but just help them, it wasn't a good situation. So we'd rather, for the next couple of years, and is not holiday away and just put the money into Rainbow. And we're very fortunate in that we've got some good ideas coming up of how to just help. And I think the other thing is now people are realizing it's very difficult, as I said before, to get funding and lottery funding for what you're doing, because the queues, there's a big queue around the block at the minute for charity. And because a lot of the big boys haven't earned the money, they need more of it than they would normally get. So, you know, we're at the back of the queue, you know, fine, but we'll get there, and it's not an issue. We've got plenty of people who are trying to help.
Can I just point out, Eric, thank you for buying your raffle tickets this weekend.
Yeah. No, but people, this is what I mean. You don't realise. Those, you know, whatever anyone can do, we're very, very grateful, and we're not. It just simply is a case of this. This will be something that the NHS will take on, or someone will take on, and realise that the more people can communicate and talk to each other without all the red tape and the need for a queue. I mean, people don't always need medication. People don't always need to see a specialist doctor. What they need to know is there's a mate there who's suffering the same way or had similar things going on and is there with an arm or a word or a friendly hour. And that's all this is about. Joining people up and making things better.
Does anybody else have any more questions or any thoughts about what we've talked about today?
I have no questions or thoughts, but I want to give you your 3-minute warning.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for this panel. This has been wonderful. I'm a person who's worked in mental health in some area for like about 20 years now. And I really hear what you're saying. And I got to tell you, it's no different on this side of the pond.
I had a sense that might be the case. Okay. I think the fact that we've all connected. I was telling someone the other day what it was that we did, and they said, "Is it local?" I said, "Well, funny you should say that. It's not local." And I don't know how we ended up connecting that we have, but we are so grateful. And for you to give us the time today. I mean, I know we're doing the disco in a couple of hours. We will. If you've not been to the disco before, please come.
Before we go,
slightly different.
Before we go, I'd like to, if I can maybe find a link to Broken Family Portrait on McNally Robinson, on the McNally Robinson website. I would like to put this in the Rainbow After the Storm page on Facebook, if I may.
You may indeed, David. You may indeed. Not a problem. What a great idea. It's just being able to talk about it and find different things that connect to us. It doesn't mean what I say or what I do is right, and I'm sure Amber said exactly the same thing. It's about looking at things. I don't get what she's saying, but I quite get what they're saying over there. Just keep going.
So let me finish on this then, as a positive story to all this mental health and where it's taken us. So Nick and I were together over 20 odd years ago, and this is a very, very quick version. It was actually because of my mum's mental health an illness that we broke up. My mum knew how in love I was with Nick, and had obviously lost my grandfather and didn't want to lose her son, so made up a lot of stories, and Nick and I split up to the point that we hadn't seen each other for over 20 years. And then through fate, we both very sadly lost our brothers. Both our marriages had broke down, and we were connected again as friends at first to actually help me. She was going to try and help me through my problems with losing my brother. And as soon as we saw each other, we were getting married within 6 months because we knew it had never gone away. So whatever path that life took us for 20 odd years, it brought us back to each other. So
It still makes you laugh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, the good part is I don't think now, you know, like I say, I don't think I've ever got married again. If you know, there's only one person who knew me then and knew me now, and so like I say, it's worked out. So while I've got a lot of things to throw at mental health, I'm also very grateful for it bringing me back here.
All right, thank you very much. We're out
Okay.
of time. If you want to find Nikki and Justin, Rainbow After the Storm is their Facebook group. There's a lot of us Canadians on it. I really encourage you to go there and
please do, yeah.
see them at the disco later this afternoon. Thank
Yes.
you.
See
Bye.
Take care, enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you,
If I don't have other Zoom meetings, I'll see you. Okay,
Bye.
bye.
Thank you, David.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
make co-host.
You are now the host.
Okay, so I should be up there. The screen share is going to work. Yay! All right, so let's get rid of a few of these things that I've got piled up all over my screen. And there we go. I'm going to just shrink this down so that we can see it. Okay, I
Susan,
did this.
you can also as host enable Barb's video.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay.
I'm going back to
yeah,
mute.
I did this presentation a couple of days ago for the Canadian Authors Association and SF Canada. So the slides are the same. If you attended that one, then, you know, the slides are the same. But this one, I think, won't be regulated to 1 hour. So we actually have time to chat and get into each person's individual things. So our goals for today are to, first of all, distinguish between character biography and backstory, to recognize the power of backstory, why it's important, why you want to have backstory, identify places where the power of backstory could be lost, and then talk about techniques for introducing backstory effectively. So yeah, this is me. I'm Susan Forrest. I'm an author, editor, teacher, presenter. There's a couple of my book covers. Bursts of Fire, I was really proud, got the Aurora Award last year for Best YA Novel in Canada. Yay! And Flights of Marigold is nominated this year. So I'm really excited about that. Barb, as co-presenter, could you introduce yourself, please?
Hi. I'm sorry, there's something wrong with our camera. It just cratered. Like in the last, since we went to this Zoom meeting. And anyways, I'm Barb Gawler-Smith, and I'm editor with On Spec magazine. And I have some historical fantasy novels and some contemporary romantic comedy. And a whole bunch of short stories, both science fiction and fantasy, out there in the internetverse. So yes, and I've also taught writing science fiction and fantasy at Grant MacEwan, and I was a teacher for a long time and a scientist before that. So that's pretty much me.
Thank you. Okay, so I'd like to maybe, I'm going to stop screen share in just a sec, but I just would like to get a sense of some of the people who have joined us today. Maybe a little bit about your writing background. You know, do you write short stories, novels, or series? Are you more of a literary, more of a commercial writer? Have you been published? But the main thing I'd like people to weigh in on, and, you know, see how comfortable you feel about this. Everybody doesn't have to if they don't want to, but if you're thinking of a particular story that you're working on maybe right now that you could apply some of this stuff to, what's the central story, character, setting, genre, central idea, and then maybe what are a couple of the backstory events that influence events in your central story. So I'm going to stop the share, and yeah. Is there anybody who would like to weigh in a bit on what they're working on? David.
Okay, so I have a couple of works in progress. One of them is a five book saga for young adult readers that puts the comic book and cartoon heroes in the same spotlight that Twilight gave vampires, and the way Mortal Instruments made Shadowhunters a thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's called The Glory of Love, and I actually have two completed novels, The Glory of Love and Lovers in a Dangerous Time. And I have a third work in progress called Every Breath You Take.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see a pattern with the titling?
So do you have a central character? Let's focus in just on one of them. Which one would you like to have a look at right now?
I'm currently I'm actually working on the outline for Lovers in a Dangerous Times. That's the second book.
Character on that one. Has he got
It's
a name?
one of the it's a new group of superheroes called the Superhuman Marshall Brothers. His name is Night Visor.
Night Visor.
Okay. I actually have the novel in PDF format on my computer right now.
So what is the central problem that he's working on?
Okay, so I have the summary in the
that he's up against, or
I have the summary in my cover page. I did a cover page of my summary. Okay.
Well, we don't need the entire summary. Just give us one character.
Okay.
What is his biggest conflict?
Okay. So Night Visor and his brothers are suddenly accused of a new crime wave that is happening when groups of gang members are dressed up as their likenesses, including their clothing and face masks that look like their faces.
Okay, so now does Night Visor, is there something in his background, some event that happened in his life earlier that impacts the story?
Oh, well, he actually well, at the end of my first novel, The Glory of Love, he actually ended his relationship with a young girl who thought had potential. Her name was Jordan Butler. Okay.
Okay, so it was that a love relationship or a mentoring relationship?
It was a romantic relationship.
Okay. So would you say that his feelings about this situation are a conflict, an internal conflict that he has during the novel?
Sort of. Sort of. Every one of the brothers has a certain weakness, kind of like normal superheroes do, and Night Visor's is loneliness. Like not being in a romantic relationship, not being in love. Because love actually gives him the power and the will to fight, help fight crime and save the tropical island metropolis of Crystal Isle from doom.
That's really cool. That's really cool. Okay, so I think we've got a quick thumbnail on yours. Is there anybody else that would like to weigh in a little bit with something that you're working on? Celeste.
Sure. I'm working on the second draft of my first attempt at writing a novel. The novel's called The Dark Side of Truth. And I have two main point of view characters, but the main one of the two, her name is Sandra. And she is quite distraught because her sister, her older sister, has been expelled from what I'm calling New Berta, which is 300 years in the future. It's it's the last bastion of humanity on Earth after all sorts of things hit at once. And so being part of New Berta, a citizen of New Berta, is very important because it allows you to live within a community that that has its act going for it, if you will. It's secure. It has some perks, but its motto is "In truth we trust." That's it. Everybody has to tell the truth, because in the past, that's people not telling the truth either to others or to themselves is what's brought about all the destruction. So on your 18th, when you're 18, right after graduation, you take what's called the graph, which is like a polygraph test. But there's more to it than that, and it determines whether you're an honest person or not at the core. And if you're not, on your day when everybody lines up to get awarded their citizenship, you get turfed down this thing called the chute and expelled from society. Well, Sandra's older sister has failed this test and has been expelled from the community. And Sandra is convinced it's a mistake. And so this is her main goal, is to find her sister somehow, get her sister rescued, and prove that something has gone wrong here. Now, her problem... Is there
an antagonist?
Well, the problem, an antagonist is kind of the system, if you will. There's no recourse to action once somebody is expelled. They're forgotten, and she's not about to forget her sister. Her main problem, though, is that she herself within the society is suspect because she's the daughter of two people who were expelled. There's a system for an exchange between these outcasts living in the Badlands, being able to send their newborn children back into society to have a chance at citizenship. That's based on how many people were expelled in the same year.
So would you say that her parents, having failed this test, would be one of the backstory influences on the current story?
It very much is, because she's marked from birth with a yellow tattooed nose. And this warns society that she's not likely to ever pass this truth test. She's going to be expelled. She's untrustworthy from the word go. So that's...
That would be the backstory. That
I have two questions. First, if they have this tattoo and she passes, but she still has the tattoo, right? It's a permanent mark to say that we didn't think she was going to pass, but now she's passed. And the other thing is, when you have the antagonist is the milieu in which your characters are working, it's really hard to maintain the tension throughout the whole thing.
Right, and I do have a character that represents a system.
Okay, well that was what I was going to suggest.
He is the prime.
You need a face for that antagonistic system.
Yes, I do have that, and that is the titular head of this community, which is called the prime.
The prime.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anybody else who could share a little bit about their story and the backstory they're working on? Okay. Casey, thank you.
So I've started writing the story. I'm not very far into it. I'm only in like the first few chapters, and it's my first ever story. So I'm trying to get all the details hashed out before I get really into writing and then have to rewrite everything. So its focus is about 4 sisters. They each have one of the 4 elements that represents the color, the season, and your element. So winter, air, and white. And like it goes, but they're this big, powerful thing, and there's only been 4 sets of quadruplets ever born in society that have these powers. And they come every few hundred years. But the sisters were split up at the age of 4 and sent to different houses. So now they come to this school called the Kiari Academy, and they find each other and figure out their destiny while people are trying to just destroy them and take that power for themselves.
Is there a character that the story focuses on?
It kind of focuses on the four sisters. Like, I wanted to do,
But
like,
can you give us the name of one that for the purpose of today we can use that name? I like, as we're talking, I like to reference people's stories and say, for instance, when Night Visor does such and such, you know. So is there a character name that we can focus in on?
Cordelia.
Cordelia, okay. And Cordelia's main problem is to hook up with the rest of her sisters and learn a little bit about why they were split up and why they're back together and what their goal is that?
But they don't know that they're part of sisters. They think that they're just a single adopted kid.
Yeah.
But like chapter 1 is going to be from McKenna's point, chapter 2 is Cordelia, chapter 3 is Elaine, and 4 is like Ariana, and I'm going to go back and forth between them.
Yeah.
So they each tell their little, by chapter, like their perspective of the story.
So part of the backstory would be why were they split up, I would think, hey?
Yeah. And like the different households they were split into, like one grew up in the orphanage, one grew up in a rich family, one grew up in a poor family, one grew up in a middle class family. Like,
so yeah, I think the splitting up, the why of the splitting up is paramount to you understanding what's going on. Otherwise, you don't have any tension that's going to drive the whole rest of the story. And I assume this is a novel because it's pretty hard to have 4 point of view characters in a short story.
Yeah, this is going to be a novel.
Okay.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. Okay, all right. I think we've got a little taste of that one. Is there anybody else who would share a wee bit?
Don't be shy. We're only here to, like, you know, offer the benefit of our vast experiences.
Oh, I got a chat from Elvis. He says he can't have his mic on, but he says, in the spirit of sharing, I am currently working on a sci-fi adventure series. My first draft for the first book is done, polishing second draft, and halfway through the second book, getting it edited by someone in August. Okay, that's good. Elvis, can you just maybe, I know it takes a little bit longer in chat, but I think you have a central character and what it is they're trying to do?
And if Elvis types like me, boy, I'll tell you.
Yes, indeed. Oh, I have to unmute. Apparently, I have to unmute Elvis. Okay, let me have a look here. This will make things so much easier if you can talk to us.
Yeah, I think if you go up to the right-hand corner of his little window, there's a little blue square.
Yeah, when I click on Elvis, there it shows him muted and his camera off. And when I click on him, it says ask to unmute. So I have to ask him to unmute.
Yeah, ask him to unmute and then he can unmute it, I guess.
Yeah, well, I've clicked it a few times. Oh, the delights of technology, hey?
Oh, it's too loud.
It's loud around him. Oh, okay. All right.
Okay. All right.
I think I do know a little bit about Elvis's story, so if you don't mind me sharing a bit, I think we have it's a fantasy novel with a young girl who heads out on a quest because she's living in a very limited kind of an environment, and she goes out on a quest in order to I think be helpful for her valley. So I'm going to suggest that perhaps the backstory in that is why the valley where her village is being oppressed. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Can you remind me, just if you can type in one word, the name of the character in your story, because it's flown out of my head. And having the name of a character new, N-O-O. Okay. All right. Well, you know what? I don't mean to force people into sharing if they're not feeling comfortable. We have like 4 examples, so hopefully we can kind of weave these into the presentation. Barb, how are you feeling about that? Should we jump back in?
I'm actually pretty good with that. It's good for me too, because I have all these things going on in my writing, and so I'm thinking, wow, how would I do that? How would I do that? Every moment I hear somebody struggle with some issue is either something I'm struggling with now, or I have direct experience to having struggled with that previously. So yeah, that's very cool. So this is fine.
Okay, we'll jump back into the share then. All right, so getting back to the definitions. So there is a difference between, say, more biographical information and what would really consider backstory. Not to say that biographical information is not important, because it is. There are life history things that you need to know about your characters. What are their jobs? What are their relationships? What happened in their childhood? You need to know all that. And there's this general familial and social influences and attitudes. So you need to know a little bit about these milieu things that are influencing your character. And that can be important information that needs to be woven into your story. So it does serve the function like backstory.
Yeah.
When we're talking about backstory, we generally are looking at more those pearls, those significant events, that little moment in time, right? That occurred during the character's past that the writer can use to build the story's progressions. So that's the high drama. And then I wasn't going to talk a lot about the ghost, but I got this from actually Celeste, who's here today, turned me on to Truby, right? Anatomy of Story, John Truby. And he talks about the single incident from backstory that haunts the protagonist and prevents him from ever achieving his goal. What a beautiful concept. If everybody could just take a moment and think about their story and think, oh, who is my main character's ghost, or what event is the main character's ghost? Barb, did you want to
I'm busy writing this down.
Well, yeah. So yeah, hopefully that gives us a little bit of context for talking. So yeah, backstory can be extremely powerful. When I did this presentation last Wednesday, one of the questions that came up is, can you write a story without any backstory? And the answer is yes, perfectly well. No problem. You can write a story without backstory.
Yes.
But Barb, are you going to throw in on that?
I was going to say, and I want you to finish this first, but a lot of people don't understand why it's essential to understand some backstory of your character, even if you don't have any exposition about it.
Yeah, I mean, if the reader knows a little bit about your character, about some of maybe the traumas that they've been through, or the influences in their childhood, or what have you, it deepens the sense of character. And character is the #1 vehicle by which a reader enters the story. That's why I was really asking Casey if she could give us the name of a single character that we could kind of focus in on, because there's a wonderful writer, Sean Coyne. He wrote a book called The Story Grid, and he says, oh, sorry, no, not Sean Coyne. It's Dan Harmon. Dan Harmon says, yeah, the reader opens the book, they're kind of floating around there in space, and then they land on a character. And that character can be anybody. It can be the president of the United States, it can be a raccoon, doesn't matter. But whatever character you present first, the reader identifies with, and they start reading the entire contents of the book through that character's eyes, ears, nose, other senses. And
Right.
so if you then rip your reader out of that character and put them into another character, the reader can transfer.
Yes.
The reader can maybe transfer again, but you do it enough times, and yeah, multi-protagonist novels are a huge challenge.
Very tricky.
Yeah, did you want to say?
Just very tricky.
It's pro level work, right? It's harder, much harder to do. So yeah, backstory can deepen that character so that the reader really feels identified with the story. Obviously, inner conflict, right? If you got that ghost of that backstory trauma that's haunting you, you're going to be conflicted. It's going to be pulling you in different directions. And inner conflict is wonderful. Doubt is wonderful because the reader doesn't know what your character is going to do next, right? The character says, "Oh, I'm going to do X," but you know that they're conflicted. And inside, they're really wanting to do Y. So the reader doesn't know what the character is going to do. They got to turn the page to find out, right?
Yes. Do you know what you said just reminded me of what Casey's talking about, her 4 sisters and the alternating 4 chapters. And something that worked for me when we had 2 main point of view characters, was blocking out the whole story for one character, and then blocking out the whole story for the next character, and then finding where the intersections of those people were and seeing how that went to the overall plot, so that we didn't repeat things to the reader. And
interweaving.
Interweaving, but we only had like one scene. We had to pick, once they were together, we had to pick who was the point of view person for those kinds of scenes. Mm-hmm. And it was always the same person. Once you start flipping back and forth, it becomes more an omniscient point of view, which is okay too. It's kind of still not very much in style anymore, but it can still be done. But so having that blocked out, so that you understand this character, their inner conflict, what motivates Cordelia, and how the whole logic of that goes, as Susan has said, and then deal with the second character. And this is long before you actually start writing. This is so that you understand what's going on. So I don't know if that will help you, Casey.
Well, in actual fact, if I could throw in a resource, I mentioned John Truby's book, The Anatomy of Story. He's got a wonderful section on how to interweave 2 plot lines together. So if that's what you're doing, check out his book. It's really good, actually.
Yeah.
Cool. So yes, motivating action clearly, and then also helping the reader to understand a chain of story logic. Like, why are these things happening now? What caused all of this to happen? Because that bead of like pearls on a string, right? That bead of chain of logic. This causes this, causes this, causes this. Very important to the reader's understanding, and that backstory elements can help them to understand logically why are things happening now, right?
Oh, it's cold in here. Sorry.
Okay. I think, Barb, you started to mention this a little bit earlier, but yes, the writer really needs to know the backstory well, but not all of it is going to translate into the book. So I love this little quote from How Not to Write a Novel by Howard Middlemark and Sandra Newman. While it is your job to know a great deal about your characters, it is seldom necessary to share it all with the reader. And by seldom, we mean never.
That made me laugh so much when I saw that this morning. It reminds me of something that I heard years and years ago. I have suffered with this novel, with the years of research that I have done. I have suffered, and now you will too. Every single really amazing tidbit is in the novel, and it's like, oh my God.
Yeah, and I mean, there have been in the past, and again, we're talking the exception rather than the rule. But
Yeah.
you know, if anybody has ever read those '80s books by Howard, sorry, what's his name, Michener.
Oh, just yeah.
James Michener.
Yeah.
Full of research, full of lots of information, and they were super powerful and super popular.
Yes.
I read a ton of those books and
Yeah.
learned a lot. It was really interesting. So yes, the exception is you can definitely get away with it. But generally speaking, the problem with a lot of information and research and background is that it tends to slow down the story. In fact, I think, oh, it's not the next slide, but we'll come to that.
Yes, totally agree, Michener.
So yes, literary versus commercial. I think most of you are writing science fiction and fantasy because we were at a science fiction and fantasy convention, but even science fiction and fantasy can be more a commercial type of a story or can be more of a literary type story. And I think most of us, I think, are into more the commercial end. I know I am. So in commercial writing, those key moments of backstory are crucial, but yes, you just very light-handed in how you, or very careful, very thoughtful in how and where you place them, because it's the current story that is absolutely paramount. If you're writing literary, then backstory could be a larger element, could even be the main story.
Yes.
But in commercial, not so much. What do you think, Barb?
Yeah, I really agree. In commercial fiction, I think you have to really hit the ground running, and it doesn't matter whether it's long or short. In literary fiction, you can spend a lot of time studying the scene and talking about the history of this or that, and it just depends on
go
what
along
they
with
want.
you. Yeah,
it depends on what they want. And I actually wrote a little note on that earlier. What did I say? What slide number is this?
I'm on page 9, I think, or page 8.
Page 8. Oh no, I didn't write a note. But yeah, no, I agree with you. It's literary fiction. Often, I see this in short stories a lot, where the prose is so beautiful. Honestly, it's just so beautiful. There's no story attached, but it's very pretty. And
it's on the reader, right? Like there's some readers that have that would be just fine with no plot at all because they just love the beautiful language.
That's right. So we're not the market for that. We're a commercial market, and if they want a literary market, they have to submit to someone else. And there's lots of really good ones.
Yeah. Okay, so what are the ways that the power of backstory can be wasted? So obviously too soon. So when you're opening a story, the main thing you need to be thinking about is how much does the reader need right now? And it is, I mean, story openings are, there's a panel on this tomorrow morning. It is a science in and of itself, because you have to ground the reader completely immerse them in your science fictional or your fantastical world. But at the same time, you can't stop to do a bunch of description or the reader is just going to close the book. You need, something happening. You need tension right away. So there's so much happening, and the opening of a story is usually not a good spot for backstory. And this is actually a direct quote from Donald Moss. I don't know if everybody here is familiar with Donald Moss, but he's a New York agent, big agent. He's got an entire agency with multiple agents that work for him. And he's written a number of really good books. One is called Writing the Breakout Novel. Another one is Writing 21st Century Fiction. I've read both of them and they're both excellent. But his quote is, "Because it is not yet necessary, readers usually skim it." And hey, how often have you opened a book and you see this great big blank of text and you think, yeah, I'm just going to skip that part and get down to the action of the dialogue. Right?
Yes, exactly.
And then this next one is from Orson Scott Card. And he writes, information must be trickled into a story, always just enough to know what's happening.
Exactly.
And the final quote from Orson Scott Card is that you should present information at the moment it is needed, or make sure that information was available and memorable earlier in the text. And so like this gets to the idea of the prologue. Prologues are very much out of favor these days as far as books are concerned. And the main reason is because in the past, there have been so many prologues that were written, they were like encyclopedia entries, you know, in the year 746, when the king da-da-da-da-da-da. So the information is there, but it's not memorable because it's not attached to emotion and it's not attached to character.
I have two incidences. One where the prologue put me off the book entirely, and that was a very well-known Canadian fantasy writer. And the book is immensely popular. And everyone I know loves the book. I tried 4 times. I could not get through the prologue. And people say, well, just skip the prologue. I thought, well, then what's the point of having the prologue if you can just skip it? And so I never have read this very famous award-winning novel. And a friend of ours, Susan knows this, Anne Marston's first novel, Kingmaker's Sword. It's a funny kind of a prologue because it takes place probably a decade before the bulk of the story, and it's in second person or first person, I've forgotten, and then it switches to the other point of view for the whole rest of the book. And it absolutely works.
Yeah.
But
there
those
are prologues that work for sure, but some of the keys to keep in mind are, number one, do you need it? Like if you're doing an encyclopedia entry type prologue, is that not information that could be, as they say, trickled into the story when the reader needs it, right? So number one, do you need it? Number two, if you absolutely do, for instance, you're talking, Barb, about this prologue takes place 10 years earlier. If there's a key event that really the reader has to know this before anything makes sense, and it took place 10 years earlier, or it takes place, say, from the point of view of a character that you cannot fit their point of view into the story anywhere, or
no, I think it was 100 years or so before the actual story starts.
Yeah.
So it just didn't make any sense to me.
If you need it, then keep it short, keep it character driven.
Yep.
And keep it, with emotion. So, okay. So what's another reason that information could be like the power is lost is the info dump. Oh, just a minute. There was a quote I wanted to give you from the Too Soon. And that is, and I just love this quote. It's from Donald Moss again. He says, backstory delivered early on crashes down a story's momentum like a sumo wrestler falling on his opponent. Because, yeah, it can grind the story to an absolute halt.
Yes.
Donald Moss also says, keeping secrets is hard. Beginners are prone to blab too soon.
No, I think Donald Moss also said, and I paraphrase, no backstory for the first 50 pages.
Yeah, that's what he said.
None.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another Donald Moss quote is, and remember, he's an agent. The number one mistake I see in manuscript submissions is a failure to put the main conflict in place quickly enough. It is the primary reason I reject over 90% of the material I receive. Now, that doesn't make you stop and think.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so too much information, also known as the info dump. So often this will happen in internal monologue. So you may have an entire scene set up just for somebody to have a memory, right? It can happen through dialogue, as probably everybody here is familiar with the term, as you know, Bob, which is where one person One character in a story tells another character in a story stuff they already know, for no reason at all, because neither one of them needs to discuss this.
Except to tell the reader.
Information to the reader, right? So it's kind of forced, right? Another variation on that is the cabbage head, where a person who does know stuff tells stuff to the person who doesn't. Says, oh, Obi-Wan, would you please explain to me why, right? Oh, cabbage head, I will explain to you why. And so that's the info dump. And then, of course, there is the lecture or the tour. Now, again, there are exceptions. Brave New World, the entire first 2 chapters are a tour, right? So that would be an exception. But generally speaking, you do see novels that people are trying to write where they start off with a lecture by a famous person or a tour, and it's just one huge info dump. And because there's no emotion involved and we're not attached to a character, it just is a lump.
Yeah.
Now, having said that, I would also like to say something else here too, and that is sometimes writing all this stuff out at the beginning of your book in a great big info dump might be a very important thing for you to do in your first draft, because you know, I'm a planner and I love to plan.
Yeah.
You don't learn things about your characters until you start writing them. And you may have to write your characters and write this memory backstory, right? Or this dialogue. You might have to write it so that you understand your characters and understand your backstory better. And that might be part of your writerly process. But then on your second draft, you want to cut it or trim it way back or intersperse it throughout the rest of the book, right? So here's a little tip. When you find yourself writing a lot of backstory or a lot of description, just think about, is this a sign that you don't know where the story's going and you're kind of avoiding moving forward? Anything on that, Barb?
Oh, just, you're so smart.
Oh, well, thank you. Okay, well, then let's go on to misplaced. So yeah, I was once in this writers group and one of the guys came along and he said, hey, I just discovered something new. This is so great. Backstory, you should never have backstory in chapter 1. Chapter 1 needs to be action. You should put it in chapter 2.
No.
We all thought, hey, that's so smart. You figured that. That's great. But yeah, Barb, you're right. No, it doesn't go in chapter 2 either. It might be misplaced during a scene of high excitement, like a chase or a sex scene or a fight. So you need to be asking, is this what your character would be thinking about or talking about right now?
I've seen so many. I've seen fights in the middle of a fight that would last literally 15 seconds, a whole paragraph of something that went on before the fight. And, you know, the characters thinking about the fight and what is this going to mean to them in their future lives. It's like, oh my God, I just want to die.
Yeah. Okay, this is from How Not to Write a Novel by Howard Middlemark and his co-author, but it's funny, so I'm going to read it to you. For the first time since he had received the assignment, for the first time in his career as an international operative, James Gruff wondered if he was going to make it back to the headquarters. He gunned the engine and burned rubber as he sped away, the gunman of the Medellin cartel in hot pursuit. He would rely on his usual evasive maneuvers, but he knew that there were Guardia Nacional stationed on every road between here and his only route out of the country. Gruff sped on, shifting into third gear to gain a few miles on his pursuers. The car was a 2006 model van coupe with double wishbone, both front and rear, and high-performance tires. The upholstery was the finest Corinthian leather stick. Right. So you think maybe that's misplaced, hey?
Oh, that's so good. Oh,
isn't that funny? Oh dear.
Sorry.
Okay. Anything else on misplaced, Barb?
No, I think you nailed it.
Okay. Let's go on to giving it away for free. So this is a situation where you have two characters standing around doing nothing. One character, for no reason, offers to tell the other some backstory, and character 2 agrees. So there's no conflict.
So I just have a comment about that last excerpt that you read. Forget the fact that it's misplaced. How many cliches did you find in that excerpt?
I know. If you get a chance to read How Not to Write a Novel by Howard Middlemark, pick it up. It's really funny reading.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a lot of examples like that.
I have not read that. Oh,
Yeah. So, okay. And giving it away for free, I think, is a really key thing. I mean, you talk about the monologue, the antagonist monologue at the end of the story. In fact, there's a wonderful movie called The Incredibles, where they point up how stupid these villain monologues are, right? It's really quite interesting. But that's usually an example of giving it away for free. And that's why it doesn't work. What motive could the villain ever have for explaining to the hero all his backstory, right? There's no reason. He was like, I'm just going to kill you and walk on.
Yeah.
There's no reason for him to tell it, right? So
a lot of media does that, give it away for free. A lot of television shows, and I see this a lot. I saw this a lot on Discovery because I kind of binge watched the whole last season. They have 42 minutes to get the whole story in, or whatever is their time slot, but they only have really 40 minutes of story. So then they have 2 minutes here, and it's spread around, but it's just two people talking. One episode, and it was great. They were talking about pronouns. Mm-hmm. And the scene with the pronoun thing was good. And then they left, and the two men standing behind talking about the other person then talked about what we had just seen. And it took about 30 seconds. And it's like, it was filler, total filler. And you see that so much on television, particularly. Don't do it.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on, let's talk about some methods for introducing backstory. Okay, so obviously you only have so many tools in your toolkit. One of them is internal monologue. And I like to point out that as writers, we have this tool in our toolkit, and other artists do not have this tool. In film, you can have voiceover, which is kind of like internal monologue, but it's kind of clunky, right? And in plays, you have the soliloquy. But like sculptors cannot get their viewer into the head of their sculpture. Dancers, same thing. Visual artists, painters. Doesn't matter what your art is. Maybe musicians a little bit, because the music gives you a sense of a mood. But as writers, internal monologue is a tool that we have that's unique to our craft, and it's a tool that you should use. Having said that, internal monologue is a really huge gateway into info dumps of backstory, and so it does need to be taken very, very carefully. So you can have, as we talked about a little bit earlier, an entire scene where the person is standing on the end of a dock looking over a beautiful lake at sunset. And this entire scene is an info dump of internal monologue backstory. And it's just a huge lump that gets in the way of your narrative. But if you just have a single line of internal monologue, you can deliver a lot. Now, this is from my own writing. We've got two characters here. Raoul and Uther are con men. Raoul has just made a copy of a fabulous jewel. He says, but you said it was a credible copy. And Uther says, credible enough to send the king's men hunting us. They were in town just last week. Then you've seen the original? Seen the original? No. Yes. Glittering in the dark, held up by a delicate wasted hand, a hand offering the thing to him. No? Uther's voice scraped a whisper. I've seen the ruby, not the amber. So you can see we've got one line of dialogue, seen the original, and then followed up by another 2 lines. Yes, glittering in the dark, held up by a delicate wasted hand, a hand offering the thing to him. So that's backstory, and it's the type of backstory, it's indicating that there is a major significant event that is impacting the central story. But notice it's just a crumb. It's just enough to make the reader feel like, oh, there's something in the backstory, and I want to know what it is.
Something
right?
they're not telling.
The thing they're not telling. Yes, exactly. So anything else on taking stock versus a single line, Barb?
So, well, sometimes the single line can be so powerful. And the number one problem with new writers and us writing first and second drafts is taking that one simple line like you have here and turning it into one simple long paragraph.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I guess anytime you find that you're having this internal dialogue, make sure that it's as brief as possible.
Yes, yes. Now, there's another use for internal monologue, and that is to show the thinking of a character, right? How they work out a problem. So this is a beautiful passage from a book called The Tombs of Atuan by Ursula K. Le Guin. It's a story of a young girl who has been made priestess of the dark places underground. That's probably enough.
Yeah.
And in this scene, she's seeing a man who's in the dark places underground, and he's just lit a light.
Mm.
What was hardest for her to think, perhaps, was that she was looking at a stranger. She had very seldom seen a stranger. It seemed to her that this must be one of the men from over the wall, a goatherd or guard. And he had come to see the secrets of the nameless ones, maybe to steal something from the tombs, to steal something, to rob the dark powers. Sacrilege. The word came slowly into Arha's mind. This was a man, and no man's foot must ever touch the soil of the tombs, the holy place. Yet he had come here into the hollow place that was the heart of the tombs. He had entered in. He had made light where light was forbidden, where it had never been since the world's beginning. So you can see a whole series of thoughts, which is beautiful, beautiful use of the tool of internal monologue to show thinking.
Yes, yes.
And then I've highlighted what I felt were the backstory pieces. And you'll notice that when we talked earlier about the difference between biography and backstory, this is actually a little bit more on the biography side, because what it's giving you is the society's attitudes towards religion and towards what is holy.
Mm-hmm.
And it is the society's attitudes that are influencing Arha's thinking here, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what has happened is we've got a man who's come into this cave and he's lit a light. And really, without this background, without this societal attitude, it has no power. Like, unless it's sacrilege, unless it's the worst of the worst, then who cares if he lit a light? But this backstory gives it importance. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it actually does. And one of the things when I read this little excerpt is the word stranger. She starts right off the top that this is a stranger, and everything that comes as a result in the second paragraph is strange to her world.
Ah, yeah.
And so, I mean, strange, no man's foot. This is holy. He came in here, light's forbidden. All of these things come from the stranger. And it's pretty powerful.
Yeah, yeah, because this is a feminine world, actually. Only women are allowed to be the priestesses, which, of course, gives the entire thing a very sexual overtone as well, right?
Well, he was a stranger. What happens in the tombs stays in the tombs.
There you go. Okay, dialogue. Dialogue is another method that you can use. And again, lots of times it is a single line. So I'm just going back to the previous one, and I've highlighted the internal monologue in yellow, but notice that there's backstory given in the dialogue too. Now, in actual fact, this line, "They were in town just last week," is an "as you know, Bob," because Raoul and Uther both know that the guards were in town just last week. It's given for a reason, right? It's like, "You idiot, what are you doing? Don't you recognize how stupid you're being? You put us in danger," right? So that's an "as you know, Bob." I think it just goes to show that you can use any of these techniques as long as you use them in the right place for the right reason and sparingly, right? And then I've seen the ruby, not the amber. That's backstory that's come out through dialogue. So.
Ma sono tutti veri, mi sono collegato al Keycon.
Sorry?
Say again.
Okay.
Didn't catch that.
I didn't catch that. All right. The next technique that often is used for backstory is the flashback. And again, now I don't have the name of the character or the author who wrote this, but I did get it from somebody somewhere. Because flashbacks stop momentum, use them to forward momentum by giving an action context. So in other words, you're going to choose, right? You are in control. You choose which pieces you use. You choose where you put them when you include them, right? But that flashbacks are great. You could use it to set up a mystery, right? You have a flashback of the footsteps in the dark, the person coming to the door, right? Oh, well, what's going on? You can set up that mystery. And then you could have the solution to the mystery could be in a flashback as well, right? The main thing about flashback, I mean, the actual scene of a flashback, you would write like any other scene through action. But the main difficulty with the flashback is keeping the reader oriented to exactly where they are in the story. So that's the transitions into and out of the dramatized scene that's the tricky part. So yeah, you can say, "and he remembered." Well, that's a very clear transition into a flashback, but it's kind of cliche, kind of awkward. So you should be thinking of other ways that you can clearly signal that the story's been suspended and the time has shifted, and then to clearly signal returning to the present, right? Anything else on that?
No, I was just trying to think of some examples, and we've been sort of binge watching British mysteries, and there's a Death in Paradise. We've gone back to season 1, and the detective, they use flashbacks to show the significant things that he experienced, and then of course at the end he puts them all together and solves the crime. But they actually use the flashback, and it's maybe 2 seconds, this, and then it's all consolidated into the solution.
Oh, I love that, because you definitely can do that in fiction as well.
Yeah, oh yeah. So, and I just happened to notice it last night, so that was pretty topical.
Yeah. You're making me think of the harp sound. That would be your cliched way of going into a flashback.
Oh yes, They do that in Hallmark movies.
Yeah. I've got an example from a novel called Washington Black by S.E. Adogian. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I just finished reading. It's a wonderful book. It's about a young Black slave. His name is Washington Black, and it takes place in the Caribbean. So she ends chapter 1 with, "It was then, I believe now, that Big Kit determined, calmly and with love, to kill herself and me." That's the end of the chapter. So talk about a great hook into the next chapter, right? Yes. The next chapter begins with, "All my childhood, I'd had no one, only Big Kit, as she was known in the cane. I loved her and I feared her. I was around 5 years old when..." So I thought that was a beautiful example of transitioning into a flashback.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, as you're doing your writing and as you're thinking about your story, think of a scene-ending line that can launch that next scene into a backstory flashback, right? It could be an internal thought like we talked about. It could be a line of dialogue. It could also be a trigger like a scent or a sound or a location or a song. All of those can trigger memories, right? So there's other ways than, and I remembered when, right? Okay, other techniques. Now, the main ones you're probably going to be using are internal monologue, dialogue, and flashback. But don't forget, there is the parallel story. So one example would be A Prayer for Owen Meany by John Irving. It's a beautiful story. I would say 2/3 of it is actually backstory. But it's the two stories, the main character as a child and the main character as an adult are interwoven, and they're told side by side. And here's the kicker. That book ends on the climax. The last line of the book is the climactic moment of the book. And it's the second story that the character as an adult is the denouement. That's the part that tells you what happened to everybody after the climax. It's a very interesting structure for a book. And then another one would be The Story of Your Life by Ted Chiang, which is an amazing story. It was the basis of the movie Arrival. So if you ever get a chance to read The Story of Your Life by Ted Chiang, I would definitely recommend that. Anything on parallel stories?
No, I've got nothing.
Okay. And then, of course, there are dreams, there's magic, there's drugs. All of those can be ways of getting out backstory. They tend to be a bit cheesy, so I would say, use them with excess caution. Don't forget about lies with a grain of truth. Lies.
I like half-truths, yeah.
Yeah, half-truths. They can, certainly give you twists later. There's the news article, there's the diary. Again, that tends to be a bit more of a clunky way of doing it, but any of these techniques, if you just use them with a light hand, yeah, it's a tool in your toolbox. Anything else on those?
Yeah, we actually have a story coming out in the next on spec in which the story is in email form.
Oh, neat.
And because they're all really short, they're kind of sprinkled through the whole issue at the ends of other things. And so it's kind of cool. So it's not a news article, but it is like emails here.
Yeah, you could add email. Do
So
you know what? I don't know if anybody knows Suzanne Church. She's a Canadian writer. I once saw a short story she wrote that was all in tweets. It was very funny.
Yeah.
So
Well,
yeah.
good.
And then, of course, you have the special case, which is the second book in a series where you have two different types of readers, right? You have a reader who just picked up that second book in the series. You guys are going to be gobsmacked by this, but the very first book that I read in the Dune series was Dune Messiah, the second book. Whoa. Like, it's probably amazing that I got through it and was able to then be excited about going back and reading book one, because it's a real challenging book. But you're going to have readers who maybe just pick up your second book of the series. And then you've got the reader who did read your first book, but it might have been a year ago. And so they need a little reminder, right?
Actually, in the second book of our trilogy, we got a really terrible Publishers Weekly review.
Oh, really?
Yeah, terrible. None of these, I didn't know who these characters were, didn't make any sense. It's right in the middle of a trilogy. And I realized after I gave up the idea that the guy was an idiot,
Yeah.
I realized that was something really important that we had not done, because when we wrote it continuously.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it got
So you're
split.
thinking,
So we actually wrote it as if it were a one really huge big novel,
yeah.
and a sequel. And we didn't make that mistake in the third one, but for the second one, it was really pointed out in that review that we had failed the reader. The reader that knows the first book won't care, and it's for this reader who's hasn't read the first book. And Diana Gabaldon, a few years ago when she was in Calgary, she was talking about how that was one thing that she worked really, really hard on all of her Outlander books, was to try and make each beginning clear to a new reader, that a little bit of history and things that had gone on before. So yeah,
without boring the reader who knows the entire series.
And she only used like little snippets of things, like really 1 or 2 lines, like Susan's previous example here. So yeah, it's important.
Yeah. Okay, so those are some techniques to use, but there's more to be thinking about. So number 1 is, when would you introduce backstory? Now, we talked about not in chapter 2, right? Not to say that there couldn't be some backstory in chapter 2. I mean, I was being a bit snarky there, but if you drop these little one-line hints all the way through, right?
Yeah.
Then you get the reader all worked up, and they say, oh, there's a secret. Oh, there's something background. Oh, they're really afraid of this. Oh, it's shameful. Oh. And when you make the reader really want it and really need it, hey, you can give them a 4-page info dump and they'll think it's marvelous, right?
You know, actually, I read a story, one of Robert Sawyer's, I think it was in his World Wide Web trilogy.
Yeah.
And I'm engrossed in the reading, and then he went on this huge info story somewhere else, and I followed it, and the whole time I was reading this, I was having my own little backstory flips and going off on these little tangents, and I came all the way around full circle and continued on with the story. And I'd have this amazing mental Ferris wheel of fun, you know. And I was just completely amazed that it brought me back through this whole really kind of an info dump of and backstory and everything. It was really well done.
And it worked. Yeah. So if the reader wants it, you can give it to them for sure, but you have to build up that tension in the reader, that desire to want it. There's a really famous one. This is a quote from a film. It's called A Few Good Men by Aaron Sorkin, and everybody will recognize the line, right? Jessup says, I'll answer the question. You want answers? Kathy says, I think I'm entitled. Jessup, you want answers? Kathy, I want the truth. Jessup, you can't handle the truth. And it's this transition into then Jessup explaining all the nefarious things that he had done and why. And yeah, that's a backstory. It's a big dump of backstory, but it's at the end of the movie, and everybody's been waiting and waiting and waiting to find out why Jessup would do the things he did, right? And did he do it, right? Yeah. So Donald Moss would say, when you introduce backstory, when you can do the most damage, shame. So one of the issues that often beginning writers have is that they love their main characters so much they don't want to hurt them.
I know.
No, we are authors. We are the meanest people in the world. And the main thing you want to do to your main character is hurt them. So yes, when you can do the most damage, that's when you introduce backstory. I've got a quote from Donald Moss. He says, the past is a perilous minefield and a powerful narrative tool. The place where one grew up is the setting for all that shaped, hurt, and propelled him down the paths taken to adulthood. Secrets are poisonous. They corrupt. They have an evil life of their own. They can stretch across decades, even centuries, and destroy reputations, relationships, and lives. Their corrosive influence and dark gravity make for high drama.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So, yeah, when you can do the most damage. when your protagonist needs deeper motivation to keep going against all odds. So for instance, right at that moment, the Act 3 all is lost moment, that might be a place where your character reaches deep down into themselves and realizes some backstory that gives them that motivation after they've been beaten down so thoroughly to pick themselves up and try again, right?
Oh yeah. So yeah, some of the best fantasy fiction I've read. Carol Berg is really good for this. She'll have this character who is absolutely stuck between a rock and a hard place, and it's the backstory that gets them up and moving again. You know, it's I guess it's Frodo finally going up without, he's left Sam behind, and Frodo is making that last thing, and then of course, he just keeps going against literally all odds.
And sometimes it's also getting that final self-understanding.
Yeah.
I've got a quote from a short story here. It's called the story is called From the Shoals of Broken Cities by Heather Osborne. And this is a story about a young man who absolutely loved swimming and loved water so much that he had extra blubber injections under his skin. He's got webbed feet, he's got gills. And it's an end of the world story when there's so much ocean that there's no dry land anymore, and people on dry land are finally coming to live in the domed cities under the ocean. And his father is brought down, and he hates his father because his father couldn't understand his choices. So this is that what character needs a final understanding to change. Alan's first taste of water had been an escape. Even a teeming public pool offered him a hot, wriggling freedom. He remembered giggling, diving, spouting, and laughing again. Danilo paced him on the poolside, his fists cocked on his hips, glaring. Alan had been 5, 6. Danilo pulled the dampened towel back around his shoulders. The camps, what is left, are gone. I couldn't swim, but I came anyway. So you expect me to praise you for being brave? Danilo frowned as if he didn't understand the question. I remember you so angry, Alan, diving from those cliffs every day. His eyes wavered for a moment. Gills like a fish. I told the doctors you were likely to drown yourself and I couldn't save you. So the doctors gave you gills and said it was better. They made you believe you could swim forever. They told children they wouldn't drown. So you went out there, even without your goop on. Danilo meant the day he'd run off, and Danilo caught him before he could dive naked into the corrosive waters. You thought you were saving me? Danilo picked at the dressing coagulated between his fingers. Without this scum, you would have burned. Sorry, I forgot to mention the waters are corrosive, so they needed this scum. So yeah, he has a re-understanding of why his father did what he did. And it changes everything for Alan so that he can move on to the climax and the ending of the story, right?
Mm.
Okay, so I love this drawing. And in my opinion, if you get one thing out of today's presentation, it would be this drawing. Now, it does look kind of like a mountain with a bunch of flowers in front, but no, that ziggly line that you see in the background, the one that looks like the outline of a mountain, that is your the story shape, right? You start off near the beginning with your introduction of your characters. They go into action, something happens, the plot moves along, there can be points of tension, things speed up, things, there are down moments, they carry on, right? Until you finally get to that climactic point, and then the ending of the story is the denouement. So you choose where you're going to put these backstories. What you do is you plant this garden of shame. All of these spiky flowers here are events in your character's background that influenced and changed the way they were. Each one of them is an event, right? So which of these are you using? Notice that arrows only attach to certain of these flower things, right? Some of them, you know about them, but they never show up in the story at all. There's probably 8 flowers in this garden and only 4 of them maybe are being used. Now, maybe somewhere near the beginning, you have a character low point and he has a bit of backstory reveal that allows that movement of the story to go forward, right? This high final peak, maybe that is a major story from very early in the character's life. Maybe another low point where he needs that energy to keep going against all costs, that might be a more recent backstory. So these backstory moments don't necessarily have to happen in order. They happen when they are most needed for your character in the story. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, I like, Susan, how you've put these backstory moments in those lower points that will help drive the tension up.
Yeah.
And at no point does the backstory bring it down. It always adds to the forward momentum, upward momentum of the story. So
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, the main point being that you as the author are in control. You choose when are you going to show these, right?
Yeah.
And again, the tension comes from the character not wanting to reveal the backstory secrets. So what pressure is it comes on your character to cave and to reveal either to themselves or to another person. I've got a little section that I'm going to read to you. This is the same story that you saw earlier with Raoul and Uther, the con men, right? But it's closer to the climax. What's happened is Raoul has touched the hand of a magic wielder, and they were holding the magic stone, the amber magic stone at the time. And guess what happened? They were zoomed out of their bodies and into heaven. Ha ha! So when they come back, Raoul's got some questions for Uther. And you didn't tell me because Raoul wouldn't have believed him, that was certain, and because he was ashamed. The child had deserved better than to be hauled around the country thieving, a prince no less, because he might lose him. If even one person knew, the secret was lost and the child would become a target of assassins. Because Uther might have to give him up to his brother, to Huon, to be raised like him, underhanded and power-hungry and dissolute. Uther, I don't know. You don't know. The boy was bitter. The girl reached out and took Raoul's hand where it rested on the chair back, the pain of recognition on her face. Uther had lost him in spite of all. This mage girl had him now, sorcerer or no. I have no excuses. The boy's eyes glistened. Don't you think I might have liked to know my own mother? Yes, of course. What was I doing with that woman who beat me, your mother was dead? Uther leaned on the table. How could he make the boy understand? Savin was dead. She died when you were less than 2 years old. Oh, she'd been beautiful. Oh, God, so beautiful. So thin, lying there, her hands quiet on the coverlet, too weak to hold his. I found that woman for you. It was the best I could do. I couldn't let anyone know who you were. They would have killed you. I couldn't take you with me. A baby. I was running for my life. And that is a chapter ender. So yeah, and guess what? It goes into flashback. So yeah, there's a transition there, but you can see that Uther does not want to tell. And it is the pressure of someone pounding on him that makes him want to tell. And that's what creates the tension in the scene, right?
Right. Good job.
Yeah. And then the flip of that, you can also use the flip of that, which is somebody who has to tell. I got to tell you about your childhood. No, don't tell me. No, I have to tell you. You need to know this. No, I can't stand it. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. You can do it like the reverse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. So here are a list of questions to ask yourself. So first, number 1, which of those backstory secrets do you need to reveal? Second one would be when should you reveal them, like to motivate your character, to reveal important truths about your character, or to shock the reader into providing a plot twist, right? And then the next one is who should reveal them. So it could be revealed by your central character themselves. So it could be a moment of quiet reflection, or it could be through dialogue, right? But think about other people who can reveal that backstory. Maybe the secret is revealed by an enemy. What if you have an enemy who reveals it in front of the character, of the person that your character most respects and would never want to disappoint, right? You can see the drama.
Mhm.
Or maybe the secret is revealed by an ally. And it could be, a very gentle scene, like, you have to remember your strengths. You have to remember when you were a child. You have to remember these things that happened. You can do it, right? Or it could be the betrayal of the best friend scene. So think about who is going to reveal those backstories.
And actually, sometimes the secret is revealed inadvertently as well.
Yes.
And, but please don't do what the you're talking about the Incredibles. What the villains in the Incredible movies, and he explains in great detail what he's doing and why he's doing it, and what his plan is, and it's a little bit too much revealing going on.
Yeah, I don't remember the second movie. I did see it. I don't remember too much about it, but I remember in the first movie, there's a lot of talk about monologuing. And in fact, it occurs, I think, 3 times. There's a scene near the beginning where the 2 friends are talking, the 2 superheroes, and one superhero is telling a story. Yeah, he started monologuing and that gave me time to escape. Then the second one happens with the actual villain and the hero, and he starts telling him backstory. He says, I can't believe it. You got me monologuing. How? This is just such a stupid thing for me to do. And then he stops, right? So they really play with this idea of villain monologue.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So then, of course, the last questions that you want to ask yourself are, what are the methods that you're going to use? You've got internal monologue, dialogue, flashback, parallel stories, lies, dreams, magic, drugs, those sorts of things. So
you can mix and match them too. You don't have to use exactly the same one every time through the whole novel.
Yes, exactly.
In fact, please do mix and match.
And here's a little tip. If you get stuck in the muddy middle of your story, or if you find a logic chain that isn't working, sometimes your backstory can really help you out. So maybe you need a character to go somewhere or to do something. You need it for the plot. But you can't find any reason for your character to do it. So look through their backstory. There might be a reason, right? But if that doesn't work, check out the backstories and motivations of your character's allies or enemies.
Yes.
Right? Somebody that the character might know might have a reason for convincing them to do it, or to manipulate your character and set up the circumstances that bring that plot point to occur in a naturally motivated way, rather than just saying, well, I think I'll go to Africa now.
I like your point about the motivations of the enemies in particular, because often it's the antagonist that really drives the beginning of the story.
Oh yeah.
Because most characters are quite content staying at home, doing whatever they do, and they don't actually go on their quest or have to solve their problems unless something is triggered by your antagonist. And it doesn't have to be the main overall antagonist, but it has to be something outside of your protagonist's everyday life.
Yeah.
So something different. And I think also, if you can't convince her to do it, and if you can't find any tricks in the backstory, you may just have to come up with a new plan.
Yeah. Something that your character would do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, or yeah, whatever.
Okay, so here's an example out of the book that I'm working on right now, which is book 3 of my series. I'm a planner. So this column here that says event, yeah, at 100,000 word novel, I probably have 100 lines, each one describing something that happens in the book, right? This is my outline.
Yeah.
But I may have reveals about several different characters. So maybe Renica and Jack have some backstory. Janet and Iden have some backstory. Gwydion has some backstory, right? All of these characters will have reveals that may be important throughout the course of the book. Now, I've just chosen 3 of them out of 100 lines on this chart. I would have reveals in maybe about 20 of them, right? Some of them are big, explosive, huge backstory events, and some of them are more the biographical things that the chain of logic of events to help understand what's going on. So I'm just going to look at the first one only. I went back again. Where does it go? There it is. Sorry. So my main character is Renica, and this is the refusal of the call to adventure scene. She refuses to help her sister Meg. Well, in the course of that scene, Meg realizes that Renica's husband, Jack, doesn't know she can do magic. And this is a secret Renica has been keeping from her husband. Now, there is a romance stream that goes through this novel, which is between Jack and Renica. And at the beginning, although they're married, they don't have a close, intimate bond because of these secrets that Renica is keeping. And so those secrets do need to be revealed as the course of the book goes along. But right here near the beginning of the story, that is a reveal. Oh, Jack doesn't know that Renica's magic. And Renica now thinks, oh my God, my sister is going to blackmail me into going on this quest by threatening to tell my husband my big secret. So you can see it's very dramatic, and it happens very early in the book. So not to say that some backstory can't happen early in the book if it's there for a reason, if it motivates action, if it's emotional, right? Did you want to talk at all about?
No, I'm not in, because I agree, and this example works perfectly well for me.
Yeah. So anyway, you can see where you would do that in your story. So very quickly, a summary. You do want to reveal both character biography, which includes, societal attitudes, and the big backstory explosive events, right? So both of them are important. So the shameful backstory secrets and the characters' ghosts do have a lot of power to motivate them, to reveal inner conflict, and also to show that logical chain of events. And then the techniques we talked about, what secrets are you going to reveal? When do you want to reveal them? Who's going to reveal them and under what circumstances? And how will they be revealed? So again, I would say the Garden of Shame is your graphic to remember about where you're going to place each of those things. So there's the final screen, and I'm going to stop screen sharing so that we can talk to each other.
That's great. Thank you, Susan.
Well, thank you for co-presenting with me.
Oh, well, it was my pleasure. I just took some notes as I was going through your little thing earlier, because I only had like about 45 minutes to really look at it. So, and I didn't, of course, have any time at all to go and look through pages and pages and pages of examples.
Yeah. Yeah, but you've got a wealth of knowledge.
Somewhere. I forget where I put it. I buried it somewhere. But yeah, so but it's interesting that the kinds of things that that we learn over a lifetime of study, that writing fiction and writing good fiction are not necessarily the same thing. And to make a story that engages the reader, and not every reader, because people have different tastes, but engages the reader, keeps the reader going with characters that can be related to in rather interesting, in some fashion, settings. That takes a lot of work. It's hard work. And there was one of the little threads talking about NaNoWriMo, and someone made a comment about, oh, the problem with NaNoWriMo is that you have to do a lot of rewrites. It's like, well, that's kind of life in the writing world. I don't know who said it, but I've heard it for years. Great novels are not written, they are rewritten. And if you look at manuscripts, one of my favorites is Arthur Conan Doyle's original manuscript for one of his Sherlock Holmes stories, and it actually shows the text that, because everything was handwritten out, right? Shows his original text, and then different inks and almost different hands, and words are scratched out, put here, and then that word is scratched out in something else, and lines and arrows and things in the margin before it was finally sent for printing. And at that point, you just,
So even the greats, right?
Yeah, you just have to stop editing and send it. But every single line, every single word, every single line, every single paragraph, every scene, every chapter, all of those things have to have all of these things that you've talked about today. And I mean, there cannot be one word, especially in short stories, that is irrelevant to the development of the character, development of the story. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. So I know we've got about 10 minutes, but were there any questions or comments?
Okay, Celeste, I got to ask you some questions. You have, is that, so wait a minute, where'd you go? You have Sandra. You have point of view character Sandra, and who's your other point of view character?
Her older sister's name is Drianne.
Drianne. Okay, who is your main point of view character? Like if you had to say 30%, 40%.
It toggles back and forth, chapter, it's kind of parallel thing going on, but Sandra is our primary protagonist.
Okay. How does Sandra's actions affect Drianne's?
In that it's kind of weird. It goes on for half the book where they're not even in the same place at the same time, but their individual actions, once they get together, the story of what they've done in that meantime while they're apart informs what happens. Sandra's telling herself a huge lie about her sister. Mm-hmm. And she's a person who innately cannot lie, and yet she's lying. This is the one lie she tells, and it's to herself. Mm-hmm. And she has to come to grips with the sister that she finds eventually being not at all the person that she thought she was. And Sandra's actions threaten Drianne's sense of purpose in the world, if you will.
Okay, I have another question. Mm-hmm. Do you have something that precipitates their actions? Like what makes Drianne act? What makes Sandra act? Is it the same event? Is it two separate events that drive them to the same?
There is a bit of backstory where Drianne tells a lie. She tells one thing to her friends and a different thing to Sandra.
Right.
And that revolves around a young man. There's a romantic element of this. And yeah, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
What drives them? What is driving each of them? Is it the same thing or different things that drives them towards the final outcome?
For Sandra, it's her love of her sister that drives her.
And what drives Drian?
Her own best self-interest.
Okay. I get that. Is there any particular event that occurs that brings them out of this? What makes them suddenly stop what they're doing and do these other things?
It's Sandra telling the truth at a time when it comes off, or no, telling a lie, sorry, a deliberate lie that some people in the room know is actually a truth.
Why does she do that?
Yeah, oh, it's so complicated. Oh my gosh.
Motivations.
Yeah.
Why are so important?
Oh yeah. Oh, why does she do that? Oh, to save the love interest from being killed.
Okay.
I thought you said, what did she? It's
Well,
why.
what did she do, or why did she do it, and why is he being killed, and all of that stuff? You have to know that.
Oh yeah, yeah. It all. It's a long book, and it's hard to sum it all up. Yeah.
I don't know, but to the people here, were there any bits of the presentation today that kind of resonated with you with regard to the story that you're telling, a technique you think you might be able to take away, or a question that was a little unclear, or?
Okay, we're going to have to start singing the theme from Jeopardy now.
Well, you know, in actual fact, it's 5-1, and probably people are running off to other panels. But yeah, if all your questions are answered, I guess we did okay. So we're good.
It was a great presentation.
It really was.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I know you did a lot of work on this. Better you than me.
Well, I have actually, you know what the work was? I taught this as a full day course. So getting it down to an hour for the presentation I did last Wednesday, I just raced through it, which is bad teaching. Today, I felt, you know, especially with having you co-present, thank you very much, Barb.
Thank
we
you
could
for
go back and forth and have different examples. And I think that's a little easier for the participants to hear two different voices and two different perspectives and say, oh, there's another way you could think about this, right?
You know, it's a good example of in fiction, it's always nice for your protagonist to have somebody to talk to. Every Batman needs a Robin.
Right.
So, yeah, because otherwise it's all internal dialogue. And that can get pretty wearing, especially for a longer piece of fiction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, have a great rest of the convention. Maybe we'll see you guys in some of the other panels. And
I'll see you later on today at 4 something.
Yes, we've got another, I forget what it is, but plotting and pantsing, I think. Writing plot or writing by the seat of your pants.
And quilting.
And quilting together your stories, yeah. That's going to be good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go have lunch.
Yeah, me too. All right. Thanks very much, everybody. And
bye
for now.